service to your country. We depend on our communities to nurture and mold us into who we ultimately become. As such, having benefited from our communities, it is incumbent upon us to pour back into them just as they have poured into us. This is the only way that the community will be able to continually mold the younger generations. To conclude, I wish for you to seriously consider this call to service. That to accomplish our independence theme, we need you, our young people, on board. Presently, we are growing. However, it is only with your youthful minds that we can, in the upcoming years, go from growing sustainably to a state where we have grown sustainably. Presently, we are developing. However, it is only with your innovative minds that we can, in the future, go from developing maturely to boasting that we have developed maturely. Finally, presently we are building. However, it is only with your driven minds that we can say 40 years from today that we as a federation went from building resilience to being a federation. Thank you. Next item on the agenda, please.
Presentation of papers and of reports from committees.
I recognize the Honourable Member for St. Christopher 8.
Madam Speaker, with your leave, I rise to lay before the House the annual 3 reports. One, the annual report 2020, St. Christopher, St. Kitts and Nevis Financial Intelligence Unit report. And so I would lay this one. Also, allow me, Madam Speaker, 1 annual report. And lastly, Madam Speaker, the Eastern Caribbean Partial Credit Guarantee Corporation for the year ending 31st March 2023 as well. They'll leave, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Honourable Attorney General.
May it please you, Madam Speaker, with your leave, I wish to lay before this National Assembly the Office of the Integrity Commission's report for the period January 1st to December 31st, 2022,
petitions, government notices, unofficial notices, questions, requests for leave to move the adjournment of the National Assembly on matters of urgent public importance, Statements by ministers.
I recognize the Honourable Member for St. Christopher 8.
Madam Speaker, with your leave, I rise again. I want to make a few statements. I'm the Minister of Finance, et al., and so it is incumbent and very important that there are a number of things that I lay before the House or discuss before the House. I want to welcome, of course, all the students who are here with us and the college attendees who are here with us as well to this special sitting just on the eve of our 40th anniversary of independence. I don't think any of them would have been born when we got our independence. And so I want to say to them and reinforce what you say, Madam Speaker, that what they enjoy today is because our foreparents before us from here in Bastia, and that each of them has the real opportunity to one day be the Prime Minister if they so choose, or any other profession that they wish to pursue. I ask you, do not take this for granted. Blood was shed for us all to be here. And so, Madam Speaker, I too am enjoying this 40th anniversary of independence, and I do recognize those who went before me and those who gave their lives so that I can be here, especially those who, in the Buckley's uprising in the 1930s, who died for democracy and a free country. Now, Madam Speaker, let me just speak a number of things as the Minister of Finance. And this is, of course, on the current situation with our finances. I would like to say today that we are doing much better than we did last year and even the year before that and even the year before that. Our country has rebounded fairly well. And it is because of excellent fiscal management. I don't want that to be lost at all. That because of prudent management and making sure that the integrity in public life law was passed, that the premise on which we govern is now squarely rest upon this or these great principles of good governance. And so our current account, Madam Speaker, just to give you an idea, in 2089 million plus, in 2020 dropped to 5 million, 2021 it went to 123 million, 2022 164 million, and 2023 253 million plus, Madam Speaker, more than $250 million. The primary balance, therefore, in 2019 was 155. In 2020, contracted 19 million, meaning it was in the red, it was negative. In 2021, it rebounded to 98 million plus. In 2022, again, we went back into the red of 65 million plus. And in 2023, it is very positive of $216 million plus. The overall balance, therefore, Madam Speaker, in 2019 was 144 million. In 2020, we were in the red of 29 million. In 2021, rebounded to 8, Madam Speaker. Presently, this is up to May, $207 million plus. And that is of course, our primary balance. The primary balance, is 216 million up to this point. I will go to the overall balance. Okay, so let me say that again so that we get it straight. So I'll go to the net fiscal position, which is the summary of all. In 2019, it was 135 million. In 2020, it was negative 39 million, and this is from the Ministry of Finance. In 2021, it was positive 85 million. In 2022, it was negative 83 million. So in 2021, there was some rebound. In 2022, we went back into the red. And up to this point, and that was up to May 2022. And up to May 2022, up to May 2022 to now, the turnaround is over $250 million. That is the turnaround that we have had. And I say that. And with that, I want to thank all those who work tirelessly hard at the Ministry of Finance. I want to thank, of course, all the other ministers who are here who work hard. That these are the facts, that we have worked hard to put St. Kitts and Nevis on sound footing when it comes to the fiscal situation. That cannot be lost. That cannot be lost. And so I want to thank this cabinet that has been working hard. And I would say, dare say, that is why good governance is so important. And we have to strengthen it even more, because it brings a lot of goodwill. It brings the opportunity to build confidence and engender confidence. I want to say that this is very, very good news. Very good news for St. Kitts and Nevis. It means that our youths who are here, we really are working on securing their future. And we are working to create a sustainable St. Kitts and Nevis built on strong principles, principles of good governance. And I keep saying that word because if it's one word I would like our students to live with today is good governance and integrity in public life. Very critical, Madam Speaker. Without those, anything else you do will not suffice. Anything else you do will not result in what we want it to be, which are good results. And the principles of good governance and integrity in public life, if we listen to the pastor's prayer today, so if the root is correct and you are planted in the correct principles, it means, therefore, that the tree that result would be a tree that is properly situated, and that will bear the fruits that we expect here in St. Kitts and Nevis. So the more I look at this, is the more I really believe that good governance and integrity in public life is good for the overall advancement and development of our country, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I want to go on further because I'm also the minister with responsibility for social security. And people know how seriously that I take social security. The reason for that is that social security is still our most important social safety net that we have here. Of social security, the chair of social security, that the people expect a social security that is solid, that is sound, that will not only meet the needs of our people now, but will meet the needs of our people in the future. People expect that when they retire, that social security would be there for them. People expect that if they get sick, that social security would be there for them. People expect that if the unfortunate were to happen and you were to become disabled, that social security would be there for you. And therefore, I am saying, Madam Speaker, that we are very serious when it comes to the matter of social security. And so I want to give a and that would give us opportunity to to do a lot of things for our people. Because, Madam Speaker, what I don't want to be lost on this is that we are in the post-COVID situation. We are hit with the post-COVID situation and all that comes with that. We are hit by wars. We are hit by climate change. We are hit by a plethora of external forces, forces over which we have no control, but yet we act as a small island developing state to respond in a way to secure our people and to secure our youths. Madam Speaker, that is why we made college free for our children, because we want them to have access to education. And whether the parents rich, poor, whatever, they're supposed to go to college without stress. What we want them to do is to have one stress in college, and that is to study hard. And I said to the Minister of Education, any more help they can get, you are supported from the Ministry of Finance and so forth. So I want to touch now on the matter of social security and the statement that came from the director, and I will read here. Year to date 2023, Madam Speaker, in 2022, year to date being July, that is before I assumed this position, lent to me by the people. I'm here because the people have given me the opportunity. In 2022 up to July, Social Security was in the red, negative $5,964,321, which means Social Security would have paid out more than it was taken in. Is a situation you want to turn around as quickly as possible. That is up to July 2022. We would have paid out over near $6 million more than we were taking in. So when the actuarians look at it, of course, this would create a dimmer picture. When the financial persons would have looked at it, they would have said, we need measures to quickly turn this around. Madam Speaker, since that time, Social Security would have brought in the actuarian and would have done consultations with various stakeholders discussing the solvency of Social Security. Again, I was at that meeting because we are determined that Social Security must be secured and it has to respond now and in the future because that is what people expect. This Social Security was started in the 1970s. Robert Llewellyn Bradshaw, who established Social Security so that Social Security will create a scenario where when people get into circumstances, especially workers, that they would have a fund that will take care of them. Don't take this for granted at all. Because if you were to speak to your grandparents or great-grandparents, there was a time in St. Kitts and Nevis when they did not get holiday pay. You work, no holiday, no pay. These are the circumstances. You work, you get sick, no pay. You work and the women get children, no maternity leave. You retire and nothing there for you. So they retired in misery, poverty, and extreme difficult situations. And our first national hero decided with his team that that is not a situation nationalization, statehood, and then on to independence. So independence has secured a number of critical social safety nets for us so that we can live as dignified human beings. So don't ever, ever take that for granted. And I, being from the same party of the first national hero, imbued with the principles on which Social Security was built, I am committed to making sure that Social Security does not only continue to exist, but that Social Security would thrive and respond to present day situations. Madam Speaker, with that backdrop, especially for the students who are here, I want to say that up to July 2022, that is last year, Social Security putting it in the red. However, to date, July 2023, Madam Speaker, Social Security is now in the green, which means it's positive. Huh? Green dollars. All right? National colors today. That we are here, Madam Speaker, and we are now having a surplus. I want people to hear this well. A surplus of $9,611,847. Madam Speaker, the students would know better. The turnaround is not 9.6 million. What is the turnaround, Honourable Congress? $15 million turnaround in 1 year. That is something to celebrate for independence. It's good news I bring in for independence, Madam Speaker, with these statements. Good news, good news. So we have turned around significantly when it comes to our social security position.
What changed in that time?
The government changed. 15 million. And so today I stand feeling good that irrespective of what is said, we now have a social security that is much stronger. $15 million turnaround, 9.6 million surplus. That is good news. You know what that means? That when the actuarians look at this again and we calculate, social security solvency can be extended for a longer period of time. Half of Social Security, the director, the chair of the board, Mrs. Harris and her team, I have said to her as the minister that we have to get it right. There will not be any shenanigans or any political interference. The only political interference is to get it right. She has worked hard with her team. Lots of cleaning up in Social Security. Lots of cleaning up. Because Social Security also has to respond to the agenda of integrity in public life and good governance. Lots of things to clear up, to make sure that things are not disappearing in places that people can't see. And I want to thank her for responding well. And to thank the director, Mr. Lord, who relevant experience. He has the relevant studies in terms of actuary and science. He has the resume to prove that. And with all of that, I told him, look, come to Social Security. Help us to make it right. And today, Madam Speaker, the actual change is 261%. So a lot of things can be said, but facts are facts. Alternative facts in alternative universes, those don't apply here. The actual fact is Social Security has turned around since last year, July. Giving out. With that turnaround in dollars is about $15 million to put us in the black of $9.6 million. Good news for the people of St. Kitts. Good news for the people of Nevis. Good news for our federation. And this puts us as one of the strongest social security schemes in the whole of the Caribbean. Those things must not be lost. What we are seeing in the economy puts us very strongly within the Caribbean. Those things cannot be lost, irrespective of many things that are said. And so, Madam Speaker, I wanted to bring here to show that where we are at with respect to our finances and what we are doing, even in these difficult times, we are holding our own. But I want to say to areas. Why do I say that? We are now dealing with climate change. We saw that storm that missed us last week, and we thank God and all the prayers that went up of steering that storm to the north and out into the sea. The cabinet is fasting. I want people to know that. We are fasting and praying. We fast and pray on this side for the whole nation. And in addition to that, we are doing the work that is necessary. So if you see me lose a few pounds, it is because of that. If you see the Deputy Prime Minister lose a few pounds, it is because of that.
It's called intermittent fasting.
We are intermittent fasting and praying, Madam Speaker. We believe in prayer too, you know. Okay? We believe in prayer as well. And when you see this turnaround, we believe that prayer had something to do with this significant turnaround. Madam Speaker, I have my last significant statement, and this is what we call the Independence Reset Statement. This is what we call the Independence Reset Statement. Madam Speaker, I would like to say that Nevis had a humongous freedom concert, you know. That's right. I got pictures from all over the world. Understatement. Madam Speaker, I'm afraid to advertise Nevis now, you know. The last time they had a mango fest, I went over, took pictures, send them over, all over, say come to Nevis. It was so nice. One boat liner alone, or those speedboat, over 400 petitions registered to have gone. That had nothing to do with the ferries from down here at Port Zante or the other liners that travel across to Nevis. So Nevis has to accommodate the large numbers that will come over as well. And I'm happy that that was excellently done. All right, Madam Speaker, I want to send this historic Independence Day. My statement said that I stand before you with a heart full of gratitude and a vision for the future of St. Kitts and Nevis. Today, as the leader of the St. Kitts and Nevis Labour Party's administration, we embark on a journey together, one that we proudly call the Independence Party Reset. It is a testament to our shared commitment to empower our people, alleviate economic hardships, and most in our beloved nation. Madam Speaker, I come from a party that is called the Labour Party, a party that used to be called the Workers' League. It is founded on the principle, of course, of working together to bring our people together so that we can improve our lives and our country. Madam Speaker, the theme of this organization is unity is strength. And this was this theme since the 1930s. It is a very powerful theme that was born out of the workers since the 1930s. It is not anything new at all. It came from within the movement. And Madam Speaker, our workers have worked hard over the years. And I think that at this Independence 40, with the difficulties that we know our workers and our people are going through, we look better the lives of our people. And we have put forward a number of initiatives to give people a reset, to draw a line in the sand and to say, before Independence Party reset, after Independence Party reset. Madam Speaker, just this morning, and the Minister of Housing would speak to it, we launched, or we had our groundbreaking, that's how you call it, for our housing initiative. We turned the soil. He'll speak more to it. Where Ms. Buchanan is already identified to receive one of those homes. And the Deputy Prime Minister promised that even food he will put in her cupboard. I'm going to hold him to that. And so that has started, Madam Speaker. It is a way to empower all of us. Once again, I want to say, do not take for granted the opportunity that you have to own land. Before the 1970s, the land fundamentally belonged to the planters and the sugar estate owners who were from the UK. Very few were from around here, not us, not our color, of course. And they owned that sugar land. And they denied our people access to land. Our people had to live in guts and just outside where the sugarcane boundaries were. Many of them did not own the land. They squatted the land. And they could not build wealth. Your great-grandparents couldn't build wealth. They were subjected to much difficulties. And in the 1970s, the first national hero here in St. Kitts. Not only did he do that, you enjoy Frigate Bay today, and you go from Frigate Bay and you can enjoy the beaches, you can go to the southeast and get over to Nevis. You can set up your bars. With permission. From Frigate Bay Corporation run by us. Why am I saying that? Because before there was a gate on Frigate Bay. Your great-grandparents couldn't enter into Frigate Bay. But today, our people can live in Frigate Bay and own land in Frigate Bay. These things I don't want you to take for granted. People died, shed blood. And our first national hero, he died young. He died at 61 years old. And there's no doubt in my mind that it's the stress and strain that he carried to build the foundation of this nation that also affected his health. One who lived a long time, Nathaniel France, he was from Nevis, just to let you know. He was from Nevis, he was a Nevisian who came over from Gingerland, who came over and joined the movement, Mount Lily, and contributed significantly to this federation. So it shows that all of us are here. And because of their great work, today you would have the opportunity to live anywhere in St. Kitts and Nevis. And I'm asking you not to take those feats for granted. And so in a sense, they got the land, possessed the land, and so that our people would be able to buy land. However, the island of St. Kitts is only 68 square miles. Well, while we are rich in human resource, our main asset for transformation of the limited availability. Land has been the backbone of the social transformation of the nation. Tied to home ownership, land ownership was critical for improving our quality of life and providing a sense of place and safety for residents. For some 25 years, since 1998, the government of St. Kitts and Nevis has championed home ownership through access to land. Currently, we have seen significant reversal of the empowerment agenda through land, where several problems in the last few years have made it increasingly difficult for you as residents to either acquire land or maintain payments for your assigned lots. The latter has been linked to the recent downturn in the economy during the pandemic years and the difficulties some citizens face with income, job stability, and need to prioritize urgent medical care. Based in acquiring the basic asset, this government, under the leadership of the Ministry of Sustainable Development, has spent the last year revising and addressing some of the critical factors facing land ownership in St. Kitts. The year-long exercise has revealed the following major challenges of double allocations. Double allocations, meaning that there are many scenarios, I think over 400 scenarios, where there are 2 or more names assigned to a lot of land. 2 or more names. Excessive distribution in 2022 mean that they were given out beyond what was there. Distribution of lots which do not exist, which means persons got a piece of land that did not exist. Revocations.
Prior to August 2023.
Yes. So some persons lost their land without having been duly informed. So your land was just taken away from you. We know that the people have suffered gravely because of these unprecedented circumstances. Therefore, as a strategy for alleviating the pains and delays in home ownership, mortgage access, and registration challenges, we have devised as a government a strategy pathway to land ownership and empowerment. And I'm happy to announce the following changes, improvements, and price structure, Madam Speaker. As of September 30th, 2023, the following will be effective. 1, again, this comes out of our foundational principles that the people of St. Kitts, we know Nevis has a somewhat better arrangement. People have been owning land in Nevis for a long time and large spaces as well. Reduction, 1. Best to get land to our people. We have decided that the interest rate on residential lands has been reduced from 12% per annum to 6% per annum, Madam Speaker. That deserves a round of applause. I want to thank Sustainable Development and those who work on this matter to give us the best scenario. From 12%, Madam Speaker, to 6%. That's a significant decrease in interest rate, giving our people the opportunity to pay for their land, own their land, and add that to their overall financial situation, which means they would have an excellent resource to add to their family portfolio. This is how you build wealth, Madam Speaker. Transferring this land from 12% to 6%, strengthening our people, their children, their grandchildren, and others to come. This is our land, and we have to do the best so that our people can have access to it. So from 12%, Madam Speaker, to 6%, the people deserve it. Madam Speaker, more to go. Removal of interest on payments. That's another one. Interest accrued or built up on lots between the years 1998 and 2022 will be removed.
Yes. In full. Right?
In full. From 1998 to now, we know that there's some people out there who had difficulties. Maybe they're working for minimum wage, odd jobs, have interest rate at 12%. They can't meet it. Then the interest, then there are penalties and missed payments and so forth. But we want to encourage our people to pay. You are getting this land as a very subsidized cost. We want you to pay for it so that that can be part of your wealth building apparatus. so that you can pass that on to generations not yet born. And so therefore we have taken the decision that all of this accrued over all that time will be removed, and all payments will therefore be assigned to the principal or the main balance. That's it. This is real relief, Madam Speaker, real relief. So effective September 30th, no additional interest will be added to lands distributed / sold between 1998 2022. Hence, applicants are encouraged to for people, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, it's not ended yet. Number 3, extension in period for application of new interest rates. Interest rates waiver have been extended from 2 years after allotment to 3 years after allotment. Interest will therefore be applied to lots 3 years after allotment, Madam Speaker. That deserves a round of applause as well. Each one of these is a significant change when it comes to land ownership here in St. Kitts and Nevis. Our people must be given the opportunity. Our college students are here. This is their land, and they must be given the opportunity to have the best chance to own a piece of land. They are their families. In other words, persons who currently have lots will begin payment at the reduced interest rate of 6% per annum as of October 2026. Mean that all residential land applicants with outstanding balances will now have a grace period of 3 years, beginning October 1st, 2023 to September 31st, 2026 to settle their outstanding balances. I mean, this September 30th. They made a mistake here. September 30th, 2026. And Madam Speaker, this is of course in keeping with our principles. But we go on further because this is 40 years of independence. At 50 years of independence with a Labour government, you will hear more, Madam Speaker. Yes. But I'm speaking to the 40 years right now. We are going to do also, Madam Speaker, extension of period for making deposit on land. All new landowners will have an extended period of 6 months without interest. That is, instead of the traditional 3 citizens will now be given 6 months instead of 3 months. Madam Speaker, the 3 months was tight on people. Imagine you have a lady up the factory working for minimum wage and you give her a piece of land and you say, come in 3 months to pay down a deposit. Where's she going to find the money from? We have to be realistic. These are hard-working people. Where she's going to find it from? She needs a reduction in interest. She needs some more grace period to give her the opportunity in order to pay for that land. Today, Madam Speaker, when we were breaking ground, there was a young woman there who is about to receive the house when it's completed, and she serves at school meals, and she has paid off her land since for some time now, and she said the sacrifices that she had to make. This is a hard-working woman with daughters who are now much more, had more opportunities than her, and taking advantage of those opportunities, and now she's becoming an owner of a home and land, which is strengthening her family's position. But this is a woman, a single mother, who has been working hard onto these hard-working people. I'm not talking about people who don't want to work, because one of the things that our founding father said, the father of independence, Robert Bratcher, that independence is not a gift. You have to work. He asked the people of St. Kitts and Nevis to work to get it, to work to maintain it. If we don't decide to work to preserve our democracy and our independence, we can lose it. So we are not to think that is given to us and we are supposed to squander it. We are supposed to work every day to make it better. And she's a good example of somebody who has worked hard and served the community, and therefore the government must respond to her. Madam Speaker, new terms of payments by direct deposit. People will be given much more time to pay for their land, 7 to 10 years. We are extending the time from now, and you can make your payment through salary deduction, direct deposits, and so forth. So we are asking responsible as well. Be responsible as well. And so I want to say that for independence, 40, that our land situation has been improved significantly. Now, persons assigned land in 2022, the ministry will proceed with the regularization of land for these lots by analyzing each development. Our efforts to regularize the most important asset of your economic and social transformation will be an ongoing exercise. Madam Speaker, I want to say that the situation that took place in 2022 with the land, over 400 lots with more than 2 names on them, 2 or more names on them. 520, sorry, the updated number, 520 has put us in a very difficult legal position. Persons are asking when they can be able to pay for the land. When you have 2 persons assigned to 1 piece of land, it makes it very difficult. Very, up to, yes, very. And I want to say that with this new land initiative, we can expect in St. Kitts and Nevis that our people will be in a much, much better position. Madam Speaker, I want to also say that there will be a special initiative that will be launched when it comes to land ownership through special bank arrangements where applicable. Again, this type of facility is to help our people, and you will hear more about that, Madam Speaker. So in a sense, when people get land, the interest rate will be reduced. They will have a longer grace period in which to pay for their land. And interestingly enough, or most importantly, I think, for those who have land and would have accrued all of these penalties over all these years, all of that is gone immediately, Madam Speaker. We can say to our people, you will be in a better position. Madam Speaker, I'll go on to another part of the reset. And the other part of the reset will be to deal with electricity and water services arrears. Madam Speaker, we took over a skeleton. You look at the situation there. We took over the water services. You look at the situation there. Our people would have gone through a couple of difficult years through COVID. Madam Speaker, when we did the assessment, many of them without electricity. Some people make fun and say some people have to light candles. But it's not a laughing matter. It is a very, very serious matter, Madam Speaker. And so they go without electricity. Some of them have special medication that have to be at a particular temperature, but they can't keep it at the temperature because of the challenges. Let's think about our taxi drivers, for example, who did not work for almost 2 years. Our bus drivers who had a significant reduction. Our farmers, our small business people in the communities who had to close their businesses because of the frequent lockdowns due to the COVID situation. And then the restrictions that were extended. Madam Speaker, a lot of people were hurt. They had to prioritize whether they should pay a bill or buy a tablet, medicine or bill, medicine or food. We understand the supply chain issues with the increase of food across the world, Madam Speaker. And so this has put some stress and strain on the peoples of the world, not only St. Kitts and Nevis, but St. Kitts and Nevis has to seek to adopt policies that would help those facing challenges with electricity and water services arrears. We understand the plight, and so we are taking immediate action here in St. Kitts. All residential SCELEC and water services, department customers currently disconnected will be reconnected, Madam Speaker. This is a reset. After 40 years of independence, this is a reset. We are saying to the people, we're going to give you an opportunity to have easier access to our most important resource after human resource, which is land. And we're also going to give you an opportunity to once again have basic utility services in your home. These amenities are your electricity and water. And therefore, all those plan by SCELEC and the Water Services Department as something welcoming, and it gives you a fresh outlook on things. We're asking you to also be responsible. Be responsible. You have on your electricity, tell your children, when you finish charge your phone, take it out. Don't leave your charger plug up. You finish with the fan, take it out. You're ironing your clothes, try to iron as much together. Instead of a shirt today, a shirt tomorrow, a shirt the next day, these things carry up your electricity bill. Turn off the light when you're not using a particular room. And you don't have to put on the light. Avoid opening your fridge every 2 minutes. You know, you have to go in for something, you're going, then you close it. These measures can significantly help. If you have AC in your home, make sure that it's insulated and all the doors are closed where the AC is operating, the windows are closed and so forth. We have to take responsibility, Madam Speaker, because even with this, we are subsidizing electricity to almost the tune of $9 million per month. So that you all can have electricity in your home. In other countries, you don't enjoy this kind of subsidy. People are losing their electricity left, right, and center. But this has been extended to our people here in St. Kitts. And we are saying to you, please take responsibility and conserve as much energy as you can. And it's also good for the environment. Less fossil fuel to burn. Actually helping the environment and the climate at the same time. So I want to say, Madam Speaker, to our people here, please be mindful. We said that let there be light, and there should be light. Amen. And we have given you light.
But they're responsible for keeping it.
But you must be responsible for keeping that light. And if you take these simple measures, you show how your electricity bill will drop significantly. And therefore, your opportunities to keep your light on would be much more favorable. Madam Speaker, we want to see people with electricity. We want our people to have access, and therefore we are saying that those who have been disconnected, you will be reconnected. And if you are disconnected, we're asking you to go into SCELEC to talk with SCELEC, who would respond to you, of course, by making sure that you get reconnection for Independence Party, Madam Speaker. Water. When you get reconnected, as we are going through difficulties with water access because of climate change and El Nino, something that the students know better than all of us, they are studying these things, that this has caused a drought situation here in St. Kitts and Nevis. In the 70s and so, when we set up our water system, we thought we had even standpipes because we had so much water. You could just go to a standpipe. Maybe you have not seen a standpipe, many of you, but the pipes used to be along the road. You go there and you turn them. They used to be all through the villages. All through the villages. Water was free. I remember one time I saw a tourist with a bottle of water that the tourist bought. I started to laugh. I said, what? People sell and buy water? When we could have gone and gotten water free. You know, St. Peter's had some of the best water. Everybody used to go to St. Peter's to catch water. But Madam Speaker, at this time, water has become a scarce commodity. And therefore, we're asking that we treat it rightly. Let us conserve. The teeth in the shower, extended spending longer periods in the shower than they should. I'm saying that they should look at that type of practice. Some people, when they're washing the dishes, the water running, Madam Speaker, and they're washing each plate, got a whole gallon of water to wash a plate. I'm saying they can simply store some water here, wash, rinse it with some running water after, instead of having the water just running. Madam Speaker, I'm also saying that even with the toilet tanks, if they hear a leak, they should seek to get it rectified and to get it fixed. When you're washing down your vehicles, instead of using a hose, use a bucket. Get a bucket of water with thing and you clean down your vehicles. These small measures, when you add them all up, they save us hundreds of thousands of gallons of water, which means that we can have better access to water. So while we are reconnecting you, we are also asking you to be responsible. These resources are not infinite. They come with responsibility. Let us remember the words of Robert Ratcher, that we have to work for smartly as well. Conserve water, conserve electricity. And I'm happy that people will get back their electricity. I'm happy that people will get back their water. But I also want us to be responsible with the privilege that we are being afforded today of making sure that we can be a part of the Independence Party we set, Madam Speaker. And that is why the Minister of Water is making sure that we got 24/7 water. Madam Speaker, K-on, drilling, water has been found, 700,000 to 1 million, twice as much. Prayer, Madam Speaker. That is prayer. When they went down, they said, Dr. Judy, the most we might find is 300 to. Then they called me and said, Dr. Judy, we find twice as much. But that's why we're fasting and praying, Madam Speaker. Well, how that can happen? We don't know, but they found it. As a matter of fact, I want to declare that they said that is the largest well ever found in St. Kitts and Nevis. Ever. In the history. We were expecting a small well, and we found the largest well. Those are blessings for Independence 40. Up in St. Peter's, Miss Morton Sunday School, Antioch Baptist Church Sunday School, and we used to sing a song, count your blessings, count them one by one, right?
And it will not surprise you what the
Lord has done. I remember that from Miss Morton Sunday School, Jericho Sunday School, that even though you have the challenges, when the blessings are there, you must be thankful as well. So, Madam Speaker, no more darkness. No more house without water. All will be reconnected. Madam Speaker, that is not the end. We're going on to housing. Because we have seen at the NHC that housing arrears need a reset as well. We understand that home ownership is critically important. And this is what the government is going to do. The government recognizes that home ownership is a dream. Your government is eliminating, therefore, is from all NHC, your government is eliminating all mortgage balances to the principal amount for delinquent accounts. Madam Speaker, I want to say that again. So all the penalties that persons would have had on their house mortgage at NHC, that will be removed, Madam Speaker. You hear some people say, seem like my penalty is more than even the cost of the home. We cannot allow that to continue, Madam Speaker. And that is why we are saying here that we are going to eliminate all of that. So when people go to NHC and they see the new balances, they're going to say, what? Wow. Just so? Yes, because this is a reset. Giving you a reset post-COVID. People suffered. I can tell you today in St. Kitts and Nevis, part of the issue is that our people are suffering from a lot of anxiety and depression because of COVID. One, if COVID would have caused some neurological damage. Two, because human beings would have been locked down for so long. Three, tremendously to the COVID-19 situation. The United States reported that about 50% of their population reported some sort of mental health matter. Possibly the highest in the history, maybe after the world wars. Because people were literally home, don't know if they will live or die. That is how they felt at least. And this post-COVID psychological situation is affecting the whole world. We are not as cheerful as a world as we used to be because we are suffering from more anxiety and depression. And we should not take these mental health issues lightly. There are a lot of people battling through them, but you just don't know because they're not saying it. As a medical doctor, I know. And it makes it challenges, makes it more challenging to face day by day, the challenges of life day by day. And so, Madam Speaker, that is why we want to give people a reset. So when you go sleep tonight, that high electricity bill off your mind. When you go sleep tonight, that water bill that you've been trying off your mind. To reset. We are seeking to alleviate the mental, psychological stress that our people would have been going through since COVID-19, Madam Speaker. No fault of theirs, it's just an occurrence, well, of human existence. Let me put it that way, Madam Speaker. And so the government must respond. And so all these penalties will be removed, Madam Speaker. Additionally, Madam Speaker, because we have to reward people who do well and who strive. But additionally, those up to date with your payments. This government has asked NHC to freeze your interest mortgage for 6 months until March 2024. So if you have been paying well, we are saying that you deserve something too for good behavior. Your payments are up to date. We're going to remove the interest payment. So 100% of your payment for the next 6 months is going to go directly to the principal. For people who don't understand that, original cost of the house and pay it down faster. Which means if you were up to date, you have an opportunity to pay down the house faster, quicker, own it quicker. For those who were up to date, Madam Speaker. So we want to again encourage our people that with this significant change, try your best to keep up to date, because again, I come back, you cannot maintain a democracy, you cannot maintain independence without hard work, dedication, prudent management of resources. These are critical, important things that we must do. And so the housing arrears reset is of paramount importance as it empowers individuals to pursue their dream of home ownership without the burden of excessive penalties. By resetting outstanding mortgage balances and freezing interest for those up to date with payment, it makes housing more affordable and accessible for our people here in St. Kitts and Nevis. This initiative aligns with this government dedication to improving the lives of its citizens and residents and fostering a stable and secure housing market. In St. Kitts and Nevis, we have decided that people shouldn't have outside toilet, We have launched a program to end outside toilet. Everybody should have a water carrying system. The only thing I'll tell them, don't flush your toilet unnecessarily. Save water. But in this day and age, St. Kitts and Nevis, a man shouldn't be going out and no borehole, as we call them, Madam Speaker. Maybe the students don't know what borehole means. It is an outside latrine system that is not carried by water. It's a serious matter, Madam Speaker. I went by a gentleman. I remember when we did the first one in Keys, I went by a gentleman. He was somewhat disabled, and I asked him where is his bathroom. This is what, since 2013, this is what triggered us, and me especially, I asked him, so how do you use the bathroom? He said he has to use a plastic bag, tie it and throw it outside, and it's hard to listen, but there are people who live like that sometimes. We have to know the realities of people in order to respond. Eradication program. And thus far, how much have we built, Minister of Housing?
For the year, we are 52.
We're at 52, and we're going to accelerate that because we want to get rid of pit latrines by which year?
2025.
By 2025. Should be having a pit latrine. That is what we have determined. That is improving the lives of people. These are the facts. These are ways of improving the lives of people. Because when you give somebody a bathroom, remember the cost. You added value to them as well, because a wall structure with a bathroom is much more valuable than what they were using before. So that it adds actually to their assets, and therefore they're even in a better economic situation as a result. But Madam Speaker, we don't want those type of things here. I mean, if they have to be there because nothing can be done, but we are determined that people's lives should improve and improve significantly, and we're going to eradicate the pit latrines. I think it's want to be, of course, a nation. That all of these penalties are gone, so when you see your NEC balance, it should be significantly down. And if you have been doing well, you would recognize quickly that your principal should go down, because we're going to remove the interest rate for the next 6 months. So every dollar you pay will go directly to the principal and none of it to interest, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I want to go on. There's another one that we want to look at, building materials reset. And this one we sent to the Ministry of Finance and asked the Ministry of Finance to study it well, and based on where we're at this time, what would be the best scenario we can create. Because our best scenario to create is still being processed. We want to give our people the best opportunity while safeguarding the economy. Again, we took over an economy that was in deficit, and therefore we have to keep that in mind as well. And based on what is happening economically, we have to be very, very mindful. So under the Build and Thrive incentive, in support for construction and renovation projects up to 500,000 EC dollars. For first-time homeowners, there will be no import duty, no custom service charge, and reduced VAT of now 13% for 1 year. Tell me to repeat that, Madam Speaker. For up to, slowly, your government is extending support for construction and renovation projects up to EC $500,000. For first-time homeowners as well, there will be no import duty, no custom service charge, and reduce VAT from 17% to 13% for first-time homeowners. And for renovations and repairs, the same benefits will apply. Or they're going to come back. What happened? They're going for lunch. Okay, good. Oh, you provided lunch? Madam Speaker? Wow. I'm happy I voted for a speaker like you. Wow.
My student.
Madam Speaker, up to $500,000. What happened is that we had an initial plan for first-time homeowners. But because there has been inflation, a lot of that benefit has disappeared in inflation. Remember, we don't have control over imported inflation. And so the government responded by determining how can we help our first-time homeowners more. And therefore, we have done all of this, including reducing VAT from 17% to 13%. Madam Speaker, it's a good time to buy a house and build a house. Imagine a National Bank coming out with their wow and all sorts of things. They call it wow and Apex and something else to come out with 13% VAT. People who go to university want when they come back
And look, imagine no custom service charge. We're taking away those things. We're saying to our people, build your house. Build your house. Go to National Bank, tell them you're here because I want to build my house. And this is going to favor a lot of our students who go away and study. They come back with their degrees, they're working. They have to stay in the parents' house till they're 40. I've calculated it. See big man and woman squinging up with their mother and father. We can't allow that, Madam Speaker, and therefore what we are saying, that is why we reduce interest rate on loans, student loans, from 9% to 5%. That is why we say you can go to National Bank and benefit from Apex as a graduate. Because how are we going to keep our graduates here? We have to give them opportunities to live well. And to say to our young people, you too should strive, because college is free. Strive, educate yourself, stay away from crime and violence. Take advantage of these opportunities. St. Kitts is a different, we have created a St. Kitts and Nevis that are different to a lot of other countries, in the sense that in St. Kitts and in Nevis, you can have opportunities to advance yourself. Take advantage of these things that your government is doing for you. So you can look at this. Can you imagine this? First-time home owners, no import duty, no custom service charge, and reduce VAT now from 17 to 13%. Can you imagine that, Madam Speaker? On time for the housing revolution that the Minister of Housing has started. On time, because National Bank is now being told that you have to seek to get more people to apply for mortgages and so forth. That strong bank, giant of a bank, that has rebounded well. And I'll go, I'm sure at the annual meeting this year, they will give an update. And if you have a home, Madam Speaker, we are saying to you, maybe over the last couple of years with COVID and so forth, you know, you couldn't paint it. You know, the windows got old, you need some new windows. You say, boy, the roof might got a little problem here, I need to change out some rafters and stuff like that. You might say, I need to change the sink. No, you know, I need to do something else, make the house look fresh, because COVID has passed. And basically what we are saying here, Madam Speaker, is that we want to give persons the opportunity up to December 31st, 2024 to do repairs on your homes as well. These things are to stimulate the economy, get construction going. Painters, plumbers, electricians, and so forth. Let's get them. A lot of them have gone back to work. We want more to go back to work, Madam Speaker. Build your homes. And therefore, we have created an environment in which our people can really thrive when it comes to land ownership and home ownership, and get an education. These are solid things to help our people to advance themselves, Madam Speaker, in keeping with the principles for the good that we can do, and country above self at this 40th anniversary of independence. So build your independence home. Visit your financial institution. Bring this to them if they don't know about it, so that they can reduce significantly your mortgage if you choose to keep the same size of home. Or you might say, wow, with 13% VAT, I could take a next bedroom at the same cost. Maybe that's the calculation. So go and have a conversation and own your home. So the Build and Thrive incentive is a vital initiative that directly impacts the construction and renovation sector by offering substantial financial support and reducing import duties, custom service charges, and VAT. Support and reducing import duties, custom service charges, and VAT for both first-time home owners and renovations and repair projects. But of course, that is up until 31st, 2024. December 31st, 2024, which means for the renovations. So, Madam Speaker, this goes without saying. I mean, when you look at this reset, you got lights, you got water, your arrears on your home gone, your arrears on your land gone, you could opportunity to own a home. And with all of this new activity, more jobs, because we can get into the jobs just now as well. But so, Madam Speaker, that's a lot. But we have one other thing that I want to announce as well.
More still?
This is a reset. This is a reset. We want our people in St. Kitts and Nevis to remember that when Independence 40 hit, I had a reset.
Yes.
I started over. It was a new day and a better way. Independence 40. This is how we're going to build a sustainable, resilient island state, nation state rather. The reason why we are saying this is that we want people to say it makes sense to live in St. Kitts and Nevis. It makes sense to work hard in St. Kitts and Nevis. And Madam Speaker, I keep stressing that we have to work because the productivity is important. I want to update today, and I'm sure the Minister of Labour may speak to it. The Honourable Sam Conda, who is leading the minimum wage task force or committee, brought in an expert from Barbados to speak about productivity, because we cannot speak about increase in minimum wage and wages and so forth without asking our people to be more productive. Madam Speaker, it cannot work. I have to say the truth. With all of these things that we want to bring to the people, we want to say to the people that you also have to work for it. If you're working and you know your hours are from here to here, put in your hours. Madam Speaker, I mean, maybe because I'm the Prime Minister, I sure work 120 hours a week. I mean, since I'm in med school, I'm working extremely long hours. At some point, I have to cut back. At some point, I have to cut back. Like, the only thing I know is work. I work since I'm 4. Because when I grew up in Monkey Hill, my grandmother said, you have to work. She used to say, Rochester, you got to work. That's what she used to tell me. And you have to work, Madam Speaker, in order to maintain a democracy, and in order to advance your country, and in order to have a better way forward. We cannot leave that out. I do not like when people take advantage of their work situation and don't put in the hours that they're supposed to put in. Put in the effort that they're supposed to put in. I have to echo the words of the founding father at Independence 40, that we must work. We must work. But we want, when our people work, they can see the benefits of their work as well, Madam Speaker. So workers, independence, Madam Speaker. So the workers of St. Kitts and Nevis, in the broader sense, have been working hard over the last 40 years. They have brought St. Kitts and Nevis to be a respectable country. We have our challenges, and we have to work on our challenges together, Madam Speaker. And we can't push our challenges under the rug. I am not doing that. I believe in facing challenges head on. When we took over, Social Security was in the red. This cabinet, this team dealt with it head on to the point right now where we turn it around $15 million. People of St. Kitts and the people of Nevis, because there's only one Social Security. That's a significant turnaround. Madam Speaker, when we took over, we were in a deficit. Up to where we saw the numbers, we saw that we have gone, as the leader said, in the black, I said the green, because, you know, greener pastures. Madam Speaker, and that was turned around because the people of St. Kitts and the people of Nevis work hard, Madam Speaker. We are aware of that. Madam Speaker, when we came in, we met a CBI program where there were changes in the world and we had to strengthen it. Madam Speaker, when we moved to strengthen it, a lot of things were said. They don't know what they might do, and so forth. Those kind of statements were said. And today, our program is looked at again as number one. Join us together for that. So we had to turn that around, Madam Speaker. We're still in a difficult situation. But I've said publicly that we will do what we have to do to make sure that we are a responsible program. And we will lead the way. And tough decisions will be made. Because at times tough decisions have to be made, Madam Speaker, in order for us to achieve the bigger goal. We have to work to protect this country, the reputation of this country. We have to work to defend and protect as much as possible. And that is what we have done. And so we want to thank the workers from since independence time who have worked hard to maintain us as an independent country. We have grown significantly. I remember the workers in the sugar industry, for example, in the 1980s, used to work for little. Sometimes they work, I remember my grandmother used to get 2 days in the dull season. A lot of people don't want to talk about it, because sometimes they're ashamed to talk about it. But don't be ashamed to talk about it. It was part of our history. And it should be a moment that we should celebrate because that is where we come from. People who lived in the sugar belt, they're going to drop soda, weed cane. What else they used to do? Carry water. All sorts of things they used to do. In the hot sun, aging fast. We used to think that, oh, people used to live very long. It's not that they used to live very long, Madam Speaker. It's that they used to age fast. Because they gone in the sugar cane field from 14, sometimes younger, carrying water, hot sun, can't buy a cream to take care of themselves, ain't got a shower to take a good shower, can't go for a massage, can't go on the beach. They're working from Cancy morning to Cancy night, and so they age quickly. I remember those days. Those were difficult and challenging days for our people. And then when dull season hit, they only used to get 2 days. And so they asked to survive. I remember I used to go pick up my grandmother little check on a Saturday. She says, go take it. When you open it, sometimes only $50 in there, Madam Speaker. I said to myself, how is she surviving? But wasn't she alone? There was a lot of them around. I watching everybody. This is what you are bringing home? That's why I'm working since 4 with my grandmother. That's why I'm working since 4 because I said, well, if she can't make it, I could do something. And I used to carry a message for people, write a little letter here for an old woman, she give me something, and by Christmas I could buy me shoes, me this, me that, because even from that age I recognize the responsibility of working hard and being prudent with your resources. And Madam Speaker, they work hard, sometimes they're the forgotten generation. And the reason why sometimes they're the forgotten generation is that those of us now who enjoy a better living standard, we don't even talk about them. We don't even remember them. It's like history was here and it just passed over and it came to us. And so because we live better than they did, and all of that, we somehow sometimes believe that their contribution was not as significant as we are saying that it is. But they work hard, Madam Speaker, especially those early years of independence. And I want to recognize our first Prime Minister as well, not because he was from a different political party. He was the first Prime Minister of St. Kitts and Nevis, and I have to recognize him as well. Those early years were challenging and difficult. Difficult years. And the people work hard, and they continue to strive. And then they reached 2005, when the sugar industry was closed, because the World Trade Organization then said that St. Kitts and Nevis could not have had a protective market in Europe. And so we had to, again, quickly find something to keep the country afloat and keep the economy afloat. Madam Speaker, our workers again responding. Madam Speaker, I want to say to the workers of St. Kitts and Nevis, or the citizens in general of St. Kitts and Nevis, for the hard work and dedication to building this nation. Sometimes, when I look at it, and I look at those who are our heroes, I long for the day when I will see somebody who is not a politician. That is my personal belief, because I believe there are other people who contributed significantly who were non-politicians. They should be recognized as well, and that is why it gave me great pleasure when I recognized 29 persons who would have contributed significantly to the advancement, growth, and development of St. Kitts and Nevis. Between them, they will get the Medal of Honor and the Star of Merit. They have contributed. And most of them gave more than they received. And I think there's a song, so if you give more than you receive, there's a place up there for you, so there's a place up there for them. They gave more than they received. I'm looking here and I'm looking at our sign language interpreter who have been working hard with the deaf community for so many years. giving more than she receives. Madam Speaker, look at them, providing a service so that those from the deaf community can have an opportunity to participate in the parliament. Something introduced by this government, but I'm sure everybody agree that this is something that should be done. Giving more than they receive. When you go, for example, to the hospital and doctors up there working hard, giving more than they receive. Nurses and so forth working hard, giving more than they receive. You see people cleaning the streets, sometimes giving more than they receive. Those of us, of our citizens who put in the time. And so we must recognize our workers. We must recognize our people. We must recognize the heroes whose names are not being called. There are a lot of heroes around here. My mind just reflect on them. For example, I can think of persons who contribute to community development, like Mary Nurse from Stapleton. I wonder what type of battery she work on. She just keep giving and giving and giving and giving and giving. Just giving and giving to the least of us. And there's so many others, like how you think about sports, and you see some men, you know, you could think about like Banga from St. Paul's. Banga from St. Paul's, who works so tirelessly hard to ensure that St. Paul does well. Just one name, but I can call a lot of other names, Madam Speaker, and you will see that based on what I'm doing now. So, Madam Speaker, I want to say today, for then if you go to the arts, you see persons who just year after year giving and giving, teaching people to dance, and Valon from up the village, the masquerade man. I mean, just giving. Even Aiden from Keon, Aiden, with the St. Peter's bringing back the culture, the bowl and the this and the actors and so forth. I mean, people give in. Sometimes I don't want to call names because if I stay in here and call names, it will take me more than a week for how people would have contributed in significant numbers. Madam Speaker, I know but this is Independence 40, and I want our people to know that we appreciate them, our workers to know. In the civil service, Madam Speaker, construction, those who keep the country clean, the police, the nurses, the doctors, the civil servants, all those who work for themselves, the construction workers, all of the different sectors where people are working, whether it is the orange economy, our singers, our dancers, our musicians, and so forth, Madam Speaker. I just wanted, in a sense, to highlight them. We must never, ever forget them, nor the generations that have gone before us. They have done significantly well in making sure that the Creator St. Kitts and Nevis that we can all be proud of, that we can all be a part of. Madam Speaker, as infamous any song, he loves St. Kitts bad. He may know what they talk about. Say, everyone got problem, but he loves St. Kitts bad. And I want to agree with him. I love St. Kitts bad too, and I love Nevis bad as well. Sing it? Boy, I know my limitations. I'll leave that up for you. Somebody sing a song. Nevis nice. And Nevis nice for you, you know. You know, Kittitians only started to discover Nevis during COVID. Now they can't keep out. We discover Nevis. Rediscover, no, they can't keep out. Anything you got in Nevis now is book out and also the taxi service, the water taxi service is overwhelmed. Overwhelmed to the point now where we have to put a similar infrastructure on this side. Right, Minister of Tourism? Yes, we are going to do that because we have recognized that this is a permanent thing, that whoever come to St. Kitts, they should enjoy Nevis as well, and whoever come to Nevis, they should enjoy St. Kitts as well. We are one people. Irrespective of everything, we are one people. So, Madam Speaker, I want to say this. To our dedicated workers.
All of that is the introduction.
The introduction. To have tirelessly toiled to shape our country's destiny. Madam Speaker, from all the prudent fiscal management, we started to create some savings. We want to say thank you. And as a token of our appreciation, Madam Speaker, this administration has decided that for all of our workers who are registered with Social Security, as Independence 40 reset, we have done all of that for them. We now are saying to them, thank you, and we will deposit $1,000 for each of our workers. In St. Kitts and in Nevis, people are to remember that Independence 40 was at a time post-COVID. Things were hard and challenging. The government had to tighten its belt, create the fiscal space, and come up with policies to directly impact and benefit the people of St. Kitts and Nevis. Your electricity to be reconnected. Your water to be reconnected with arrears taken care of. Your housing situation to be taken care of. Your land ownership situation to be taken care of. Opportunities to own homes afforded to our people. And then we want to say to you that even in these times, that we want you to always have an opportunity to remember that Independence 40 was a significant milestone. We are drawing a line in the sand before Independence 40 and after Independence 40. Before Independence 40, student loan at 9%, 5%. After Independence 40, 5%, even though we did it just a bit before to meet the September semester, or what you call the fall semester. Independence 40, we had to quickly form the Fund for Children, for no child in St. Kitts will die ever again under our watch on this side because the parents don't have money. And we have saved a number of children, have to send them to diverse places to get treatment, and we have even brought in specialists when they can't be moved. Before Independence 40, after Independence 40. Very, very critical. And so why is it we are creating these scenarios? We are creating these scenarios because we believe in creating a sustainable island state. The first sustainable island state that we want to create in the world. We are going to be very bold with it. I want the students to join us. It means we will be dealing with renewable energy. And that is why the federal government, with the Nevis Island Administration, we have embarked together to seek to bring geothermal to a reality. Whatever the politics is, the best politics right now is to bring cheap energy to Nevis people and cheap energy to St. Kitts people. That's the best politics. And we have done that, and we are doing that. Embarking together. We want to have 24/7 water access for all of our people. When you come home, whatever time, you should have water. But of course, use it wisely. We are going to make those investments. We are already investing $30 million at least from our end over here. And Nevis is doing its investment as well. We want to create a scenario for you where you can build your financial base. Hence, reduction in interest rates. Hence, the opportunity to own a home at a low interest rate. Much lower interest rate. Take advantage of them. Hence, we are reducing VAT. We want the people of St. Kitts and Nevis to have the opportunity to create a financial foundation, wealth creation that transcends generations. through land ownership, home ownership, good education. That is what we are seeking to do. And with all of that, we want you to join us, but it can only be premised on a number of critical principles. Principles of good governance and integrity in public life. Good governance at the college. Good governance at the ministries. Good governance in your small business. Good governance at the national level. These are critical things that for Independence 40 we must always remember. We as a people have to decide who we want to be and where we want to go. Are we going to create a sustainable island state to serve all of our people? Or are we going to remain, some of us, in our selfish corners, thinking only about ourselves? The motto, country above self, is a fundamental and deeply profound principle. It was once said by a wise ruler that what is bad for the hive cannot be good for the bee. Think about it. Because some people sometimes in the corner and they say, what is it in it for me alone? Don't worry about what is happening to the country, but think that individually they can do everything for themselves or get the benefits and ignore the country. And I'm saying today, I want us to have a recommitment to the principle of country above self. Because when the country does well, all of us do well. That is the principle that I want us to consider for Independence 40. When the country does well, all of us do well. Let us reset, not only through these benefits, but reset our minds on what we want the next 40 years to look like. And that is why we are saying the sustainable island state is one of the best ways in which we can achieve it. And for this year, we want to announce that we are going to take the budget process on the road. We're going to go to your community center. You're going to come out and meet the technical persons who formulate the budget. You're going to have an input in the budget. Tell the government what you as a man live up Monkey Hill expecting to be in the budget. We are taking the budget on the road, bringing the government closer to you, the people, so that you can have your input as to what the government intends to do in the budget 2023-2024. So a sustainable island state is where we want to head. Premise on some principles that we have espoused and have espoused in my address to be played tomorrow. A country, premise on these beautiful principles, all of us working together to build that situation where each of us can have the best opportunity to live and to live well. Let us not take our achievements for granted. For when you take them for granted, you lose them easily. Let us always remember, in the words of our founding father, that you have to work hard in order to maintain your independence. Let us reconnect, let us reset, and let us have a better 40 years to come than the 40 years that have passed. Finally say, Madam Speaker, happy 40th independence to all of our people. Let us remember what the theme says. We want to build a country that is resilient, sustainable, and let us do it in a mature way. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Member for St. Christopher 8. I recognize the Honourable Member for St. Christopher 1.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to make a brief statement in this Honourable House at this time, Madam Speaker. But of course, Madam Speaker, I like to start off with the word because it's very important for us to establish that. And the scripture that I focus on this morning, and hearing the Honourable Prime Minister, who had no clue about my devotions, in Psalms 84 and 11, for the Lord God is a sun and shield. The Lord will give favor and glory, for no good things will he withhold from those who walk uprightly. Indeed, Madam Speaker, this speaks volume not only of what is taking place in my many ministries, but after listening to the Honourable Prime Minister, you will recognize it is throughout the government. And of course, I give God all the praise and the glory. The academic school year, Madam Speaker, started off, and I would want to take this opportunity to congratulate all our teachers who were promoted, and to thank all of those persons who serve in the education family who would have retired for their many years of service. I also congratulate the students on their CXC performance. And I'm even more overwhelmed, Madam Speaker, to welcome all of the students who are here in the gallery before us. But Madam Speaker, I need to bring some things to our attention, because sometimes it doesn't matter how good or how well we plan ahead. There are times when things just go wrong. And we had a situation at the school meals program for the very first day of school, and persons seemed as though they wanted to make all of the politics out of the situation. But Madam Speaker, the reality is, if the government before was paying attention to the things that they needed to be paying attention to, the school meal plans in particular would have already been upgraded. But we will continue, Madam Speaker, to work on the improvement at the school meals plant. But I want to inform the nation that never in the 40-year history of the school meals program, just about, that we ever heard about certified chefs working at the school meal plants. And since last year, Madam Speaker, we have 2 certified chefs working at the school meals, and they would have brought about some changes already, both in the presentation of the meals and the taste, of course, with the nutrition. And we will continue to work on these, Madam Speaker. And I want to take this opportunity to thank the leadership at the school meals and the entire staff for the work that they have been doing in serving our nation's youth. In my report to the nation, when the incident happened, I apologized. And I apologize again. But like I said, Madam Speaker, sometimes things happen. Because I could take you way back to in the 80s, in 84, 83, I think it's 84. When the school meals program was first launched, I didn't eat in school because in those days, you know, the politics, how it was. And I came home for lunch, went back to school for 1 o'clock, and people hadn't eaten. So the very first day, when the school meal started, some 40 years ago, there were issues. But of course, as I said, we are going to work on it. But Madam Speaker, I promise the nation that I will deliver the real deal to our people. And exactly that is what not only me, but the A team is endeavoring to do. I promise that we will get more scholarships and access to higher learning at various universities, and we are getting that done, Madam Speaker. Just recently, Madam Speaker, I was invited by my alma mater, the Florida Memorial University. When I went 22 years ago, it was the Florida Memorial College, but it has since upgraded. And I was the convocation speaker for the class of 2027 freshmen, some 675 students. I shared my story with the students there, and it resonated with many of them as they spoke to me after the convocation address. I said that, Madam Speaker, because persons feel that sometimes they can make mockery over other persons. But we have started the positive networking with the Florida Memorial University, where very shortly we will have a memorandum of understanding to share with the nation that, of course, will benefit desirous students in particular of pursuing studies in Florida Memorial University, including our trained teachers. But Madam Speaker, we struck gold when I visited the Southern University in New Orleans. Gold, Madam Speaker, because it is not cheap talk. It's the real deal that I am delivering, and it's action, Madam Speaker. Southern University is a HBCU university. So you could imagine what that will do for our citizens getting that opportunity. But Madam Speaker, as we move towards a sustainable island state, you would agree with me that education for sure is one way of getting us there, ensuring that all of the necessary resources are tapped, Madam Speaker. I am honored, Madam Speaker, to lay for your records in this honorable house, and you as a leading attorney would know the significance of MOUs. I don't know if it was ever done before, but I am a history maker each time. So I want to lay this memorandum of understanding in this honorable house that I signed with the University of Southern University, that is, in New Orleans on September 13th. Of course, with President Shield. What is significant, Madam Speaker, about all of this? Back to when people on the radio program want to make mockery. The president of the university indicated to me that he did his research about me and my academic journey resonated with him, because not only did he have certain similar challenges, he grew up in foster homes, and he is now the president of Southern University. And what he said to me, Madam Speaker, there is nothing that we ask of him that he will not try his best to deliver for the people of St. Kitts and Nevis. That's the real deal, Madam Speaker. So, Honourable Congress, if you can pass that to the Honourable. Or let me get, yes. I am so sorry. See to your students, your future. You see, I tell them I was going to do it. But, Madam Speaker, all of this would not be possible without the hard work of Her Excellency Hadia Claxton, who is out there working overtime on our behalf. She broke the ceiling, or she shattered it, Madam Speaker, because we did not expect all of what we got. And Honourable Samal is on his way to St. Kitts, so he'll join us. He will have his story to tell, because agriculture has also benefited from this university, Madam Speaker. But quickly, Madam Speaker, especially when we have our students here, what will happen from Southern University? We have signed with them in the Memorandum of Understanding that students leaving high school can go straight to Southern University, and they are going to be given in-state tuition. Those students who are here, including this Nevis Sixth Form College, when they apply to Southern University, their credits at the Clarence Fitzroy Bryan College are transferable. Therefore means that their time in the university will cut short in some cases of 2 years, giving them the opportunity to stay on for their masters, especially if they maintain the GPA. Therefore, Madam Speaker, the monies that we are offering our students at Development Bank will be more than enough to get them properly educated and prepared. That is a big deal, Madam Speaker. The tuition would be something around 4,000 US a semester. 6,000 if you're going to do your masters. But, Madam Speaker, it gets even better. I negotiated with them because after assuming the ministry, there were a number of trained teachers, 80-something of them, who said that they want to study, but they would prefer not to travel. Southern University have made that possible for those teachers to get their degrees online at a reduced rate, Madam Speaker. If that isn't a big deal, well, you tell me. Certification will also be available for our teachers in various areas. And we will be able to facilitate these things, Madam Speaker, through our innovation and technology, because I've already given instructions. 3 of those 6 classrooms at AVEC that were turned over, built through CDB, they are going to be outfitted as our smart classrooms, Madam Speaker. It means that we'll have the adequate space for persons to be getting the qualification in terms of their degrees. So University of the Virgin Islands or all of the others, the lecturer can stay wherever they are and our students are part of the class. But Madam Speaker, what was striking to me, because this is something that the Prime Minister is passionate about, and every time he gets an opportunity, he will tell me, remember the single mothers. Remember the single mothers. Madam Speaker, no parent would have any excuse for not going to university because they have their children. Why is that so, Madam Speaker? Southern University, they have a public primary in our term, but of course in America it's K-12 school. Primary and secondary. And what does that mean? If a single mother wants to go to Southern University and want to walk with her 9-year-old child or 15-year-old son, that child will have the access of any American child in that school. And if that ain't no deal, when they told me that the children will not have to pay, I was in awe, Madam Speaker. So again, I want to really thank Her Excellency Hadia Claxton for introducing us to this university, like the others, that will be transforming the landscape of our federation.
You have some students over there already?
Exactly. And we are not going to turn down any scholarships, because sometimes you get them and then persons don't want to apply for them. So we are going to set up in the Ministry of Education a scholarship and training desk where all of the relevant information will be available for you students. You have to be aggressive and go after your education. Now, Madam Speaker, while I prepare to wrap up, because you know my ministries are long, but I just zero in on education, but I'm not going to be as long as the Honourable Prime Minister with the goodies that he released for Independence 40. But I want to draw our attention to the fact that under education this year in particular, in the summer, was maybe one of the first in many years where we were able to do a number of repairs and renovation to our schools, Madam Speaker. For example, Madam Speaker, at the Irish Town Primary School, we got it ready for the opening of school after investing over $580,000 in the school to get it there, because, Madam Speaker, I am ashamed to report that a number of our institutions, they are very dilapidated. Hardly anything was done at a lot of these institutions. But as a worker, we are going to get it done, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, at the Tucker Clark Primary School, we were able to renovate the bathroom. It was appalling, Madam Speaker. And we did it at Tucker Clark, and I give the assurance to the Federation that we are going to be working on all of our bathrooms. I inherited bathrooms that have not been working for almost 8 years, Madam Speaker. And that is not showing any word on anybody that is speaking truth in this honorable house. But I've made a commitment to work on them. Because, for example, Madam Speaker, and the honorable member for number 5 have left, but I'm going to lay it down. All the schools are my responsibility. But when you have a former deputy prime minister, a school in his constituency, just a few steps from where he is living, the condition of that school is deplorable. I inherited that school with no bathroom. Students and teachers using the same bathroom, and that ain't happened just a year ago. That is years before I got here. I am on the job for 1 year, and I have been working, Madam Speaker. Working because work have already started at the SEMS school in Sandy Point on the bathroom. There's also issues down there with the electrical upgrades. We are on that, and we are going to deliver that. I can say we will deliver that, Madam Speaker, because when I went to the Bronte Welch, and you'll forever hear me talking about the Bronte Welch because you have to always tell your story. I upgraded that school to a #1 school, not only in St. Kitts, but in the region. And that is the commitment that I am giving to all of our schools here in St. Kitts, Madam Speaker. Your school, Kayan High, you didn't go to Kayan High? Yes. Kayan High, I walked in Kayan High School, no windows, no doors, some of them ain't even had a door frame, and children in there learning. Why should we allow that? And then people want to use the social media to make it appear as though all the problem is just since we're in. Well, I'm going to talk these things then. No windows, no frames. But guess what, Madam Speaker? If you go over to Kayan High School on that block that caused me to be so depressed today, completed, work done. I am delivering the deal for the people, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, imagine in social media again, or when they get a chance to be on the radio. Sometimes I don't get no opportunity to listen. They have one, I think, when I was in Miami, they called it the Cabbage Patch for Kids radio show. And people now and again are invited to be a part of it. And somebody drew it to my attention that one of the presenters was asking, the honorable member for number 7, he gone, came to mark his name and disappear, was asking or saying that we should have already started the Joshua Obadiah Primary School. Well, Madam Speaker, got to be going out the head. That school was burnt down when the Honourable member was the Prime Minister. The school burnt down in his constituency, and he ain't do nothing about the school, and I just come in a year and they expect me to build a school when the Honourable member was also part of the Bastille High School building on the aquifer, and we spent $21 million of the taxpayers' money on managing dirt, and I supposed to build a school just at this snap. But guess what, Madam Speaker? I am delivering the deal. Public Works have already done the drawings for the Joshua Obadiah Primary School. And during this term, the designs will be shared with the school and the community as we get ready, Madam Speaker, to rebuild that school. Just as how during the campaign I told the country that I will build a new Bastille High School, I may come to it yet, Madam Speaker. I am going to build the Joshua Obadiah Primary School, Madam Speaker. The teachers challenged me as well to ensure that I deliver the deal. And I was out, Madam Speaker, visiting all these universities. I tell you, you know, we're not going with a suitcase and not coming overweight, and I did. But while I was out, my hard-working staff went around and started distributing the digital devices to our teachers, because we are getting ready now to get our teachers trained so that the students, when the one-to-one laptop start during this term, they are ready, and they know exactly what they're going to do. What this digital device will do, students, all of the textbooks would be downloaded on the digital devices that we will be giving out. All of your exercises will be on that device. Your quizzes and tests will be on the device, and your test results in many cases will be at the snap of the finger. That is innovation that we are bringing to you. Not only that, teachers will be able to download their lesson plans from the devices that they will be given. The parents will also have access to the devices and will know how long the students are on it, what they are doing, and most importantly, the teachers will know the areas that the students are having difficulties. And I would imagine a great teacher would always pay attention, and I see Teacher Jacobs there nodding her head, would always pay attention to the areas that they have to reteach. That is a big deal, Madam Speaker. And as I get ready to wrap up, Madam Speaker, the Prime Minister spoke about this morning where we had the groundbreaking or the turning of the soil for the 2 model homes that we are going to deliver to the nation, get the nation's approval, and then the housing revolution will take another path. I will listen tonight, Madam Speaker, to the naysayers, because they feel that in the social media they have the right to feel that they can run the government. No one will run the government other than the Prime Minister and his cabinet. And I'm not moved by social media. I pray, I listen, and I wait, and I act. So today, this morning, we were able to do that exercise. The Prime Minister spoke about the young lady. Since 2008, she paid off for that land. A food server, as we call it, in a primary school. And she will get the opportunity of earning her home. Somebody else in Connery will benefit the same way. I announced this morning that as a special gift to those two homeowners, everything coming in those two homes. The 3-bedroom home going to have 3 beds, 3 dressing tables, their dining room set, their living room set, and they're pushing it a little further. AC units will be in all of the bedrooms and the front room. And not only that, solar panels, Madam Speaker, and water storage. That is not a big deal. Yes, it is. Independence 40. For a year in government, we were able to deliver the housing revolution, the start off that we promised this country. And no negative energy going to derail me or cause me not to stay focused. I am covered because no weapon formed against me shall prosper. In quick time, Madam Speaker, you are going to see the demolition of the West Street apartments. Quick time meaning tomorrow is a holiday, the very next day, Wednesday. Those buildings that were on West Street, that were part of the bad deal on Wellington Road, because there's still 6 apartments here sitting for 2 years not occupied. We are getting closer to put families in them. Hopefully I might be able to hand keys out on the holiday so they get a good 40 independence gift. But on Wednesday we are going to start demolishing those homes on West Street. 20 landlords, Madam Speaker, benefited from this initiative. Because of course you have to temporarily move out the people as we relocate them. And we are committed to ensuring that this project become a #1 housing development in a small community. So I am happy to report, Madam Speaker, that the West Street project is already on its way. The East Street apartment buildings, that is already started, have already started, Madam Speaker. And that, Madam Speaker, would of course start the revolution in our urban resilient revitalization projects. I don't have no more land in East Bastia, so every opportunity and Central, because I see my sister here just look at me. And when I speak about housing, I speak about housing for every one of us. But we share a special bond, #1 and #2, because we don't have any more land. So what we are doing, Madam Speaker, is that wherever we get the opportunity to purchase, I don't want to use the word abandoned building, or there's a legal term that I think not usable or less usable, whatever, because, you know, we are going to engage the owners and then we are going to develop those communities in apartment buildings, Madam Speaker. But Madam Speaker, I just want at this time to thank the good people of East Bastille for giving me the opportunity to serve them. And I want to wish them happy Independence 40. I continue to give them the assurance that I am still with them, just like how they keep on saying, I am still with you. So I want to give them my love at this time. I am happy, Madam Speaker, to be a part of this dynamic A-team. All have been working and working extremely hard. And for some reason, people hate the love that we have among each other. And ever so often they put up something in Facebook or wherever they put it up. And I am so lost because I want to know what they'll be talking about with us here. Because this is a real marriage. And let what God put together, no man, no dog, no cat, no woman, nobody, no fake pages, nothing going to destroy this. You heard the PM talking about we are fasting, and it's not about a show. We recognize that everything we do, we must include God. And once I'm a part of this, the country can be rest assured that we are going to be a godly cabinet. Happy Independence.
Thank you, Honourable Member for St. Christopher 1. Is this a convenient time for the lunch break?
Yes.
It's now 1:32 according to my clock.
Oh.
I know, and I do apologize for that. No. Say 1 hour, or yes, 1 hour, 1 hour 15. All right, 2:30. We'll be back.
We're fasting, we can't eat too much, or we just have to drink tea.
Oh, some persons are ready to break their fast. Very well.
Actually, it's 1 o'clock.
Very well. So you're very well. So 1 hour from now, the House will adjourn for 1 hour.
In the top stories, East Coast Housing Development breaks ground. Dominican Republic closes border with Haiti amid tensions over canal. And world leaders to convene at 78th UN General Assembly as divides deepen. Hello and welcome to the ZIZ Midday Newscast. Today is Monday, September 18th, 2023. I'm your presenter, Shanique Harvey. Nationally, On Monday morning, the sod was turned for the beginning of the newest government housing development, the East Coast Housing Development. The 2,400 home project is expected to last 4 years, constructing 600 houses per year. They are expected to be outfitted with solar panels and water storage units. Giving remarks at the ceremony on Monday, Prime Minister Honourable Dr. Terrance described the housing initiative as a means to improve the lives of people.
We want to deliver homes for multiple reasons. Of course, it's obvious that people need shelter. It is a basic human need. But that has been said today is to create communities.
On the adjournment, we were at the item on the order paper of statements by ministers. Should we proceed? Next item.
Personal explanations. Motions relating to the business of the National Assembly and moved by a minister. Introduction of bills and first reading.
All right, Madam Speaker, with your leave, I rise to introduce and have read for the first time in this Honourable House the Medical Amendment Bill 2023 and the... Okay. Thank you.
Is there a seconder?
I rise to second the motion.
Well, the question is that the bill shortly entitled Medical Amendment Bill 2023 be read a first time. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
A bill to amend the Medical Act, Cap 9.15, otherwise known as the Medical Amendment Bill 2023.
The bill shortly entitled Medical Amendment Bill 2023 has been read for the first time.
Madam Speaker, I rise once again to introduce for the first time in this Honourable House bill entitled Cannabis Amendment Bill 2023.
Was there a seconder? I recognize the Honourable Member for St. Christopher 4, and I see that you have made it to the Federation safely.
Yes, thank you. And I rise to second that motion, Madam Speaker.
Very well. The question is that the bill shortly entitled Cannabis Amendment Bill 2023 be read for a first time. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
A bill to amend the Cannabis Act number 8 of 2020, otherwise known as the Cannabis Amendment Bill 2023.
The bill shortly entitled Cannabis Amendment Bill 2023 has been read for the first time.
Madam Speaker,
I recognize the Honourable Member for St. Christopher 3.
I rise with your leave to have introduced to this Honourable House and read for a first time the bill shortly entitled Consumer Protection Bill 2023.
Thank you. Is there a seconder? I recognize the Honourable Member for St. Christopher 1.
Madam Speaker, I rise to second the motion.
The question is that the bill shortly entitled Consumer Protection Bill 2023 be read a first time. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
A bill to provide for the promotion and protection of consumer interests in relation to the supply of goods and the provisions of services to ensure protection of life, health and safety of consumers, the establishment of a Consumers Affairs Department, and for connected purposes, otherwise known as the Consumer Protection Bill 2023.
The bill shortly entitled Consumer Protection Bill 2023 has been read for a first time. I recognize the Honourable Member for St. Christopher 4.
Madam Speaker, with your leave, I rise to introduce and have read for the first time the bill shortly entitled Animal Health Bill 2023.
Is there a seconder? I acknowledge the Member for St. Christopher 2.
Madam Speaker, I rise to second the motion.
The question is that the bill shortly entitled Animal Health Bill 2023 be read for the first time. Those in favor, apologies. Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
A bill to control the movement of animals, animal products, and animal-related items into and within St. Christopher and Nevis in order to prevent the introduction and spread of notifiable animal diseases within St. Christopher and Nevis and other countries, to safeguard animal health, to provide for the collaboration among government ministries and departments and regional and international organizations in the provision of veterinary public health, to establish standards for animal welfare in St. Christopher and Nevis, and for other incidental matters, otherwise known as the Animal Health Bill 2023.
The bill shortly entitled Animal Health Bill 2023 has been read a first time. I recognize the Honourable Member for St. Christopher 4.
Madam Speaker, with your leave once again, I rise to introduce and have read for its first time the bill shortly entitled Plant Protection Bill 2023.
Is there a seconder? I recognize the Honourable Senator Iseline Phillip.
Madam Speaker, I rise to second that motion.
The question is that the bill shortly entitled Plant Protection Bill 2023 be read a first time. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
A bill to prevent the entry and establishment of and to control the spread of plant pests, to protect plant resources, to facilitate the movement of plants and plant products into and within St. Christopher and Nevis, and to regulate the other matters connected thereto, otherwise known as the Plant Protection Bill 2023.
The bill shortly entitled Plant Protection Bill 2023 has been read a first time. Next item.
Motions, resolutions.
I recognize the Honourable Member for St. Christopher 8.
Madam Speaker, I rise again, for I wish to have adopted in this Parliament a resolution of the National Assembly of St. Christopher and Nevis to recognize the 40th anniversary of independence and the commitment of our people to nation building in St. Christopher and Nevis. We have the podium. Whereas St. Christopher and Nevis has achieved remarkable progress since gaining independence near four decades ago, and whereas the people of St. Christopher and Nevis, through dedication and resilience, have contributed significantly to nation building, especially our 5 national heroes, the Right Excellent Sir Robert Llewellyn Bradshaw, the Right Excellent Caleb Azariah Paul Southwell, the Right Excellent Joseph Nathaniel France, the Right Excellent Simeon Daniel, and the Right Excellent Sir Kennedy Alphonse Simmons. And whereas the Constitution has served as the bedrock of our democracy and governance, now therefore be it resolved that the National Assembly of St. Christopher and Nevis, that we, 1, recognize and celebrate the achievements and contributions made during 40 years of independence of the Federation of St. Christopher and Nevis. 2, extend our heartfelt gratitude to all individuals who dedicated themselves to the betterment of our nation. And 3, reaffirm our commitment to upholding the Constitution, preserving and strengthening our democratic values, and ensuring the continued progress of St. Christopher and Nevis for the next 40 years and beyond. May it please you, Madam Speaker.
I rise to second the motion of the adoption of the resolution read by member for number 8.
The question is that a resolution of the National Assembly of St. Christopher and Nevis to recognize the 40th anniversary of independence and the commitment of our people to nation building in St. Christopher and Nevis be adopted. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
Adjournment.
Recognize the Honourable Senator Iselene Phillip.
Madam Speaker, at the adjournment, I rise to offer some brief remarks, and particularly to grant my congratulatory remarks, particularly on this occasion of the 40th anniversary of independence. First, of course, I want to acknowledge and thank the students who are here with us from the Clarence Fitzroy Bryant College. I understand that there's students from ASGS in law courses. Thank you very much for being here. We also had some students from the Nevis Sixth Form College, who I believe had to leave, but it's really good to see young people coming to Parliament to engage in our, of course, lawmaking process, and especially on the occasion of our 40th anniversary of independence. For me, it's really an honor and a privilege, being the youngest member of this National House of Assembly, to be part of this team, part of the cabinet of ministers that is, ably led by our Prime Minister and member from number 8, the Honourable Dr. Terrance. I want to reiterate the words that you would have expressed, Madam Speaker, when you said you are never too young to begin a life of service. I really like that. We should put it on a wall. Because it's truly, truly an honor for me to know that our country is 40. We're actually quite young as a federation to be an independent sovereign state. And at 40 years, we have come quite a long way, and we have a leadership and administration that is diverse, truly. And we have a leader who is unafraid to do things differently. And change is oftentimes hard, transition can be hard, but we have a leader who believes that now is the time, and now is truly the time. And at 40, I really am confident in the leadership of this federation. I'm confident in the leadership of this administration, and to be part of a team where, it's not, I want to, everyone know that there's no tokenism in this cabinet. There's no tokenism. When you hear the Prime Minister talk about more women. Also, we have more young people. We're not here just to be here just so that we tick some boxes. We are actually here working, and I certainly am committed to the agenda and to the assignment that I have with my ministries, and I certainly feel quite valued being a part of this team. And it is a team that truly work together, that support each other, and we're also not afraid to call each other out and to challenge each other. And that is the kind of leadership that good governance brings. And I want to say that to the young people, because I do take it very seriously that we're in a position of being an example, and especially now that we are celebrating 40 years and looking to go 40 more years. I want to make sure that the young people, and of course all of the citizenry, feel that and know that the Federation and the Federation's development and our plans for bringing about a sustainable island state is truly, truly underway, and that, everything is under control, and you can rest assured that the promises made and that the plans laid out are certainly the direction that we're going in. And I hope that all of you can feel proud of us and proud of me, and that you can feel encouraged to one day come and sit in these very seats. When I see people and they say, I'm coming for your job, I say, yes, do that, because we expect that you will do better. And so for us, well, no, for me for sure, I certainly work hard to set a certain standard, because my expectation that whoever is coming, better must come. So I really aspire to making sure that I contribute to the nation's development, and doing so at the highest standard possible, to excel, because I want all of you to come and do better than I have done. So with that, I want to say happy 40th independence to the people of this federation, especially to all of you, you young people. Make sure that you, wherever you go, you stand proud and that you know that you are represented by an administration that really puts you first and that are really thinking about making sure that when it is your turn, that you have a country that you can continue to grow and develop and be proud of, that will stand the test of time. So thank you very much and happy independence to everyone.
Thank you, Honourable Senator. I recognize the Honourable Attorney General.
Madam Speaker, in the spirit of our 40th anniversary of independence, I wish to alert all artists, architects, and other creatives that the Ministry of Justice and Legal Affairs has decided to create a public competition for a chance to win $20,000 EC to design the aesthetics of the new ministry headquarters to be built in 2024 on Bay Road, Bastille. Design should reflect the historical architecture of Bastille, combined with modern, smart, contemporary design elements. More details will be released on this competition later this week. Madam Speaker, having listened to our Prime Minister today, I feel inspired. I've always been happy to be on this team, but I feel at 40, this is the right time for this group of people to be in charge of the decision-making of this country. Madam Speaker, I truly believe in my core that everything happens for a reason, and there's a time for things in this world. And I believe that it's our time, as the Senator just said, to take this country forward. And we promise the people that we will do everything with our power to live up to our motto, country above self. There's a reason for that motto, because our history, especially the last 400 years, and even more recently, shows that there was self and greed above country. It is now a time for a reset, Madam Speaker. And as we witness our twin islands progressing towards being a sustainable island state, let us take to heart the lessons that the rule of law, democracy, togetherness, inclusiveness, and education are the cornerstones upon which true independence is built. May our journey as a nation inspire us to uphold these principles in our own lives. Let us truly, Madam Speaker, as you said earlier as well, live up to our motto, country above self. Happy Independence 40 to all petitions and divisions, home and abroad. May it please you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Attorney General. I recognize the Honourable Samal. Duggins.
Madam Speaker, I rise on the matter of adjournment to lend my own congratulatory remarks to our country celebrating its 40th year of independence. Now, I'm here, as my learned AG has said, fresh off the jumbo jet. And I want to reference that, Madam Speaker, because as I heard his own remarks, it really brought to bear a number of things that I experienced over the last week. You see, Madam Speaker, I visited Southern University along with our Deputy Prime Minister. I had to stay on because we had a lot more programs that were more related to my area. And while visiting there, I must say that there was a sense of black excellence that was really felt throughout the campus. And the connectivity between the island and the operation could not be explained in words. You see, Madam Speaker, when we think about it, we think about our existence as separated by water. Being here, what I recognize is that the water actually united us. Because from Southern University, you are able to look off and see the Mississippi River anywhere you turn. Here in St. Kitts, you look off and you see the ocean anywhere you turn. And so there was a sense of home feeling there. But more than that, what is the difference between us and them? And we recognized it was just one boat stop. That's it. So culturally and otherwise, we were the same. And for me, having been there and bringing that connection back to our island, I want to say to the people of St. Kitts and Nevis, there's a lot of greatness that is in store for the future in agriculture, in sports. For certainly, you would have heard the deputy talk about what we are doing in academics, in business, in law, and a whole host of other fields. But this is the time, Madam Speaker, with a A-team like this, ably led by a great man, our Prime Minister, Dr. Terrance, a member for number 8. We are on course to really transform St. Kitts and Nevis into a sustainable island state that performs far beyond the imagination of most. And even being at Southern, the energy that they felt, they brought everyone into the room. From the first day they went back, they got the senator, they brought everyone into the room. Because for them, it was as monumentous as it is for us. And now as I look at my own contribution, and I reflect on the words of my esteemed senator, and her statement about really being committed to service and to work. Because you see, what people don't recognize, Madam Speaker, is that many times we do this and the hours extend far beyond the 9 to 5. Many times we do this and we are separated from family and everything else that you love for more time than you like. And that is not a joyride, Madam Speaker. If I could wake up and see my family every day, I'm happy. And every time I'm not there, it brings something different. But the commitment to work is what drives. The commitment to service of our people is what drives me. Long hours on an aircraft is tiring. Extremely tiring. But that commitment to service is what keeps me motivated, keeps me going. When I could go to a university like Southern and bring back unlimited scholarships with master's and doctorate degrees for my people, I'm happy. Extremely happy. And that's what drives me. And so, I don't want to take up too much time here, Madam Speaker, but safe to say to the good people of St. Kitts and Nevis, and especially my constituents of St. Christopher 4, the ones that would have positioned me here to serve, I want to say thank you. Thank you for the honor, and I want to again reiterate my commitment to service. I say to all of you, happy 40th Independence, and let's celebrate together. Thank you.
Thank you to the Honourable Member for St. Christopher 4. I recognize the Honourable Member for St. Christopher 2.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise on the adjournment with a sense of pride, Madam Speaker. On the eve of our 40th independence, just a little over 40, that's my age. So I can recall vividly, like it was yesterday, when the Union Jack was lowered and our flag was raised. I feel honored and proud today to have been called to serve my nation 40 years later, 40-something years later. Yesterday I woke up with this song in my heart when we went to the wreath laying ceremony and we sang it, A Vow to My Country. And, you know, I sang it and I got shivers. I've been singing this song since I was in Bastille Girls Primary. They taught us word for word. But it means something to me today, Madam Speaker. I am honored to have been given the privilege not just to represent the good people of Central Bastille in this honorable house, but to have been asked by our Honourable Prime Minister to lead the charge, not just in tourism, but in the other areas such as labour, urban development, and employment. I feel energized. I mean, we've just completed our Sustainable Island State Agenda, and I am confident, just as the Honourable Attorney General suggested, that I have come into the kingdom for such a time as this. And today, I want to just repeat the first verse of that song and renew my vow to my country on the eve of the 40th anniversary. I vow, it says, I vow to thee, my country, all earthly things above, entire and whole and perfect, the service of my love. The love that asks no question, the love that stands the test, that lays upon the altar the dearest and the best. I don't remember the rest right now. But that is how I feel today. I feel that I'm renewing my vows, like in a marriage, to my country today. And just as the honourable member from number 4 says, it is an overwhelming task. It is. I'm a single mother. I don't complain all the time. I'm struggling to find a balance. But I am committed to serving this nation and to serving the good people of this country and the good and decent people in Central Bastille, of course. And so I look forward to tonight when we can celebrate and toast to the 40th anniversary. I wish us another successful 40 and another successful, productive 40 years. And today, like I said, I renew my vows to serve this country and to always put country above self. May it please you.
Thank you, Honourable Member for St. Christopher II. I recognize the Honourable Member for St. Christopher III. Yes. Very well.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I rise with your leave to make a brief intervention on the occasion of the adjournment. The member for number 2 said earlier that he had something on his spirit that the Prime Minister spoke, number 1, sorry, that the Prime Minister spoke of, and the Prime Minister had not had a conversation with him about it. Similarly, the member from number 2 has said some things which were on my spirit as well, to quote from a song. But before I go there with that, Independence 40, I think many would know that I share a special relationship with our country, being probably the only person in here who was born in 1983. Just a few weeks before independence, September 19th of 1983. And so I always have this unique bond that I feel to my country, and perhaps inspired many of the lyrics that I would have written on behalf of my country. And so I wanted to take the time, because while we were having lunch, one of my songs was playing on the television, and I find that the words are even still apt today, although it is 15 years later. It's hard to believe that so much time has passed since I penned these words. And it says, thank God, we have come from far, and now we proudly standing tall. O land of beauty, happy anniversary. Praise God for giving us all the strength to help us beat the odds. O land of beauty, happy anniversary. History books say Columbus, then Warner came here to exploit us until we bear. Then England didn't care for our welfare. Then came along Papa Bratcher and, what you want me to sing? Then came along Papa Bratcher and Ken Simmons to deliver us from the bonds. Now Dr. Drew is moving us on. So now it's time to celebrate all our achievements. 40 years and doing great. Let's join in this moment, because we have grown from strength to strength, and always we are striving to be better. Obstacles don't matter. We always rise higher. The proof is in our silver. I said, be like aging wine, better with time. St. Kitts and Nevis moving, forward, onward looking. Boy, I'm feeling happy to attend this party, our 40th anniversary. I'll read the second verse as well. God bless our federation as we celebrate success. O land of beauty, happy anniversary. God bless the ingenuity that our people possess. O land of beauty, happy anniversary. From sugar fields that we plowed here since slavery have now faded to memory as we diversify our economy. Now tourism and agriculture take the baton to continue to race us on in this world of globalization. And our development is going strong. Just look at our stadiums. First-class hotels adorn our land. Marriott and Four Seasons. We could add Park Hyatt now. Industries continue growing, while our human index getting stronger. To the back, no longer. We have a great future. I said it's like aging wine, better with time. St. Kitts and Nevis moving forward, onward looking. Boy, I'm feeling happy tonight to attend the party for our 40th anniversary. And I want to end on the quotation of songs with one more short quote from a song. And again, because I think of that unique connection I feel that I have with this country. I've written many songs, many positive songs about St. Kitts and Nevis. You have Unstoppable Force, you have one song, all of them have been geared towards uplifting my country. But this one, called Take the Oath, there is a bridge in there, which I take very seriously, and I had the privilege given to me by the constituents of constituency number 3 to literally take an oath in this parliament. And it says, I take the oath to love my country. I'll always be there for you. I'll always care for you, I swear. I will give my blood, my sweat, my tears, my all for you. For as long as I'm alive, my St. Kitts and Nevis must survive. Now everybody, take the oath. So at this Independence 40, I want to recommit, retake that vow to love my country and to represent the people of my country. And leading off, or taking from what the Attorney General would have said, and I think Honourable Member for number 2 also mentioned it, 40 represents maturity. And God is always all-knowing. To understand why at Independence 40, he has put together this particular A-team to lead a mature approach to governance at this particular time. And it gives me great pleasure to be a part of a team that will be transformational in transforming us into the sustainable island state that we all desire. And so, on behalf of my family and I my 2 little daughters, my lovely wife. I want to wish everyone in St. Kitts and Nevis, those who are citizens, those who are not, and citizens at home and abroad, a happy 40th anniversary of independence. May God continue to bless us, and may this land of beauty strive forever and ever. Amen. Thank you.
Thank you to the Honourable Member for St. Christopher 3. I recognize the Honourable Member for St. Christopher 1.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And on the adjournment, I did it in my presentation, but I want to specifically highlight and congratulate all those 7 persons from constituency number 1 who will have received the Medal of Honor and the Star of Merit. Mrs. Carmen Ward, Mrs. Eldora Samuel, Dr. Osbert Liebert, Teacher Cynthia Williams, Ronnie Rascal, Alva Bradley, and my cook in Newtown, Altagracia Nero. I say congratulations to all of you, particularly those from East Bastia, and all of the others who were nominated and have been recognized at this time. This morning, prior to the arrival, Madam Speaker, I attended the funeral service of the late Agnes Martin of George Street, Newtown, a pioneer in education in early childhood, specifically ran a preschool for a number of decades, and I had the honor of paying tribute to her in Parliament to extend sympathies to the Martins family and to thank them for lending her to the Federation for all of these years. I am particularly honored, Madam Speaker, because she died at age 93, and she made it her civil duty on the last 2 elections that I contested. But everybody seemed as though they had a wonderful time. I had a time of my life there. And I want to use this opportunity to thank Pastor Clyde Saunders. Under my ministry, ecclesiastical and faith-based, he was challenged to lead that task, and I want to thank him publicly and all of the other members of staff and all of the other pastors who supported. It was a well put together production, and I say thank you to them. Later in this month, while we are celebrating, I just want the general public to know that CFBC will be celebrating 35 years on the 26th of September. And I would imagine that President Abraham and Chair of the Board, Dr. Brown, they will be doing things to celebrate, but I want the record as well to reflect that I wish them the very best. And finally, I'm inviting everyone out to Warner Park this evening so that they can witness a parade that has never been seen in the Federation. There are lots of surprises that will take place at Warner Park this evening, and I'm inviting the entire Federation to be in the park. Students, you go home, you take a little nap if you must, and you journey to Warner Park for 11:30 this evening, because on the strike of 12, we are going to blow our 40th year, and we continue to give God thanks. And right after that in the day, you're going to be treated with the best street parade. So I invite you to come back in town as the members of the Newtown East Bastia Festival Committee will have our parade on display, and there's a children's section. So I'm thanking the parents for allowing the children to participate, and to let them know that we'll assemble at the community center for 2 o'clock, where they will be fully uniformed and costumed. Again, we ask for safety during the remainder of these Independence celebration. And again, Madam Speaker, I wish East Bastille happy 40th anniversary of independence.
Thank you, Honourable Member for St. Christopher 1. I recognize the Honourable Senator Latoya Jones.
Madam Speaker, I am happy to be here in the House today, and I couldn't have allowed this opportunity to pass and not use this time to wish everyone in St. Nevis a happy 40th anniversary. Madam Speaker, when I stand in here today, I can think of one thing that comes to my mind, and it's country above self. There are many times when I'm home and I'm exhausted, and there are many things that need to be done, and I keep reminding myself that it is not about me, but it is about the people of this country. And as a leader, I want us to remind ourselves of that, and I continue to remind myself of that I am here to serve the people of St. Kitts and Nevis to the best of my ability. So sometimes I put my feelings aside, and I get up, we work, and we work hard. As we stand here, or sit here today, and I see the youth in the gallery, I want them to know that leadership is no easy task. It's a lot of work. But I want you to begin, and to begin by even doing simple things such as volunteering. We can all make a difference in our country. And sometimes, I think what is happening now is that we're all looking to add a dollar value to everything. For me to do this, I have to be paid to do it. Instead of, I am doing this because I love my country. I am doing this because I want to make a positive difference. Before I was standing here, and even before I got into politics, there were many initiatives I organized throughout my community, and I use my funding from it. I know we all don't have the same amount of resources, but sometimes it doesn't even have to be about that. If you know your neighbor, and your neighbor doesn't have food, and you have food, share it with your neighbor. If you're in your village and the bus stops need painting, you could paint it. All of these are contributions that we can make to our country on our own. We sitting here are not the only ones who can make a change, but every single person in this country makes a change by just doing something little. When you combine it together, you'll be surprised to see how much we've done as a team. Independence is about all of us. It's neither just about any political or any individual political party. It is about all of us uniting and celebrating how far we've come. And I must say, St. Kitts and Nevis, we have come far. And we should be proud of where we are today. And we should look forward to where we are going. But let us not stop working now. And let us work in unity for the betterment of our country. I just wanted to share those encouraging words with everyone. And I do wish everyone a happy 40th anniversary of independence. Thank you.
Thank you to the Honourable Senator. I recognize the Honourable Member for St. Christopher 8.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. With your leave, on this, I would like to say, I think I've spoken a lot already for today, so I wouldn't be too long. But I would like to start on a more somber note. Before I get into it, I would like to extend my condolences to the family of Mrs. Marjorie. She is from Keyon, and her husband was once Mrs. Marjorie Wanton, sorry. Her husband was once the Governor General. Well, it was before we had independence. So he had a different designation, but he was the head, Miss Marjorie. Marjorie, yes, she passed. Yes, he just learned in the news, of Mrs. Wharton of Cayon, her husband, the past leader head of state of St. Kitts and Nevis. And so, Madam Speaker, she would have contributed a significant amount to St. Kitts and Nevis. Her husband contributed significantly, not only to the people of Cayon, but to the people of St. Kitts and Nevis. I had the opportunity to meet her when she would have passed her very vibrant life. But even at that age, she exhibited a type of aura that when you stand in her presence, you knew it was someone of great value. Value because of her spirit and how she would have dedicated her own life to the upliftment to her people. So I want to extend the condolences of myself, my family, and the whole cabinet, and the Parliament as well, and to extend condolences to the family and her passing, and to say to them that we appreciate all that their parents would have given to St. Kitts and Nevis. And on this independence celebration, I would celebrate her life as well, because I think she lived to a old, ripe age. And so I want the family in Cayon to know that they have our support, and their mother's legacy is a legacy that they can always stand on and seek to emulate. With that, Madam Speaker, I want to also add that her sister passed as well. Her sister passed a few days, maybe a week or so before her, Miss Marion Williams from Spooners. And so the family is going through a very tough time at this point in time. As we celebrate, they are mourning. And therefore, I wish to say to the family that they have all of our support. Madam Speaker, I also want to say that I got some bad news on the passing of Mr. Ramadin Brandy of Stapleton Village, who passed in Nevis just recently as well. I want to express to his children, his family in Stapleton, St. Peter's, and to all of us, deepest condolences on his passing. And we do remember him and his contribution to the St. Peter's community. Madam Speaker, just the last one. And these are the somber notes, but important. To the family of Ms. Jacinth Henry. She is the aunt of one of my security workers, personnel, who passed on Sunday. And so I want to extend to her and to the rest of the family and to the community from where she comes that we really support them as well, and that we extend our deepest condolences. And I know that the Deputy Prime Minister went to the Thanksgiving service of Mr. Winston McMahon, the brother of McMahon. We know that great Ira McMahon, the educator as well. But with all, these are the somber notes, and I want the families to know that we support them. But I want to wrap up on a more uplifting note to say to all of our people here in St. Kitts and Nevis that you have a cabinet that is working tirelessly hard on your behalf. Every single one of them work extremely hard. Madam Speaker, I get up very early, They know me. I still have those old ideals that my grandmother used to tell me. Early to bed, early to rise, make a man healthy, wealthy, and wise. So they can expect calls from me if it's a pressing issue at 5 a.m. At 5 a.m. 4:30 a.m. sometimes. It depends on the matter at hand and what is to get done. In keeping with what the Honourable Member from Number 2 said, that is really conscious about self. And sometimes, as the Honourable Member from the opposite side would have said, you sometimes just have to push through it. They work hard. I mean, look how many legislative agenda, on the legislative agenda, look how many pieces of bills were passed into law. The minister straight off a plane for days traveling straight into Parliament. Our member from number 2, a single mother, have to be traveling back and forth so that we can get those planes and those boats and everything. You know, the member from number 3 has to travel to Estonia and these far out countries trying to bring e-government to St. Kitts and Nevis, leaving his wife and children behind. And then you have the Honourable Deputy Prime Minister was here, there and everywhere, making sure that the government continues its international agenda as well. And Iceline Philip, Honourable Senator, you know, she has not formed a family of her own, but I'm sure we are taking up. But I will say, that the times that she uses in her role is taken away from her time to make sure that she does that, right? so she do. Yes, and even the members who are not present at this moment, the Honourable Dr. Joya Clark, who has really been working tirelessly hard to put the Sustainable Island State agenda together. She's now traveling as a result of that. She has been traveling all over to make sure that that agenda and that which we are bringing forward is not only recognized locally, but also internationally, so that when our people see it, they will be proud of what we are presenting to the world. And so she's working tirelessly hard. And of course, I also want to recognize the Senior Minister, former Prime Minister, the member from number 6, who is at this moment very busy meeting the ambassadors and the diplomatic corps that is here with us this weekend, celebrating with us. It's a testament again to the deep dedication to country development and advancement. And so we really don't want that to be lost in the great discussions that we are having, that this cabinet and what we have achieved so far, it is because we are making sure that it happens. And we are putting all of this on the foundation of good governance, which means that as we continue to roll out the agenda, you will see exactly where we are going, because the people has elected us to make sure that we get the work done. Madam Speaker, I want to recognize someone in the gallery, Mr. Clive Van Putten. He's the commissioner from Statia. I'll tell you a story about him. I used to travel to Statia when I was young, because I dare say his adopted son is my very, very good friend. And we were childhood friends, you know. And I remember, I think I was 11. He was the commissioner of Statia. I was 11, I think, at that time. And he was in government. He was leading the government. And we had to travel to Senatim. So, you know, he took us along with his family. And while we were there, he had to do an interview. And he took us to the major station in interview. And I can never, ever forget. That's the first time I sat and listened to a political interview. Needless to say that I'm in politics, and his adopted son, who is my very good friend, is also in politics. He didn't tell us to get into politics, but I think by observing him, some of it were wrong. So Clive, welcome, and he's here to celebrate with us this weekend. And so I want to wrap up by finally saying that to our people, St. Kitts and Nevis, we have a beautiful country, a beautiful nation. Let us all do our part to build it, because we cannot do it alone. But together, we can be a united force, a force that will set examples that the world must follow. And so the last 40 years, we have advanced, and in the next 40 years, we can do even better, because we have the opportunity to learn from the past 40 years and upgrade and advance it even more. So I would say, happy 40th Independence Anniversary to all of our people. St. Kitts and Nevis, you have done well, and like aging wine, you get better with time. Thank you very much.
Thank you to the Honourable Member for St. Christopher. Are there any other presentations on the adjournment? So might we have the question?
Madam Speaker, with your leave, I rise to request that this House stands adjourned, sign and dine.
Second.
And I rise, Madam Speaker, to second that motion.
All right. The question is that this House stands adjourned, sign and dine. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. This House stands adjourned, sign and dine, and happy 40th anniversary of independence to everyone in the Federation and our nationals abroad. House stands adjourned.